Okay, we're live.
Thanks, Wendy. Good morning, everyone. And let me start off by apologizing for the technical difficulties. But Wendy, thanks for getting it going. I know how stressful it has to be, people calling you all over the place for it. So thanks again, and good to see everybody here. We figured we might have some technical difficulties for our first meeting of 2022, but again, good to see everyone, even if it's virtual at this point. So I will officially call the Executive Legislative Nominations Committee's public hearing for Tuesday, February 15th, 2022 to order. I know Chairman Duff is on the road right now, but I don't know if any of my co-chair Rep Quinn or my or Representative Kennedy have any comments before we get started. Rep Quinn?
Just good to be back with everyone and looking forward to a good session with this committee.
Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Chairman Concepcion, and echo the comments of Rep Quinn. Just a minor notation on the agenda. The third appointee, David Pujolo, if I pronounce that right, I hope so, is actually from Monroe and not from Milford, as it indicates. I just wanted to clarify that. Otherwise, I'm looking forward to a great meeting and a wonderful year. And Wendy, thank you so much for everything that you've done. Okay, let's get going.
Thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you, Representative Kennedy. We have 4 nominees on the agenda today. First one being the House Joint Resolution appointing Leonard Assard of Bethlehem to the Materials Innovations and Recycling Board, also known as MIRA. Is Mr. Assard on the call? I didn't see him before.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, this is Ed Moan. I had gotten an email from Len indicating he was having trouble getting in, so maybe we can move him down the road and Wendy can reach out to him and try to get him on.
I'll try to invite him also. Once the next testimony begins. Thank you.
Edward, thanks very much for letting us know. So we'll just go down the list here for House Joint Resolution number 2 here. It's the reappointment of James Hayden of East Granby to be a member of the Materials Innovations and Recycling Board, again, also known as MIRA. And I know James is on the call. How are you, Mr. Hayden?
Doing well, thank you.
As we do customary here, if you can raise your right hand before we get started. Do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hayden. And with that, I'll give you a few minutes for your opening statement.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm James Hayden, former first selectman of the town of East Granby, and it's my honor and privilege to be nominated to the MIRA Board of Directors by Speaker Ritter. I offer my sincere thanks to this committee for the opportunity to appear before you to speak to my desire to continue to serve on the MIRA Authority. On January 3rd, 2022, I retired as first selectman of the town of East Granby after serving for 14 years. Before my election as first selectman, I worked in the financial services industry for 10 years, developing financial strategies for individuals and small businesses. For the 20 years prior to that, I managed discount department stores, which included workforce management, budgeting, expense control. I hold a Bachelor of Arts degree from St. Anselm College, where I met my wife of 46 years, and we were married in 1976. We've resided in East Granby for the past 26 years, and we have one son, Ivan. Prior to being elected as first selectman, I served on the East Granby Board of Finance, Commission on Aging, past president of several organizations, including the East Granby Lions, the St. Bernard Parish Council, and the Connecticut chapter of the National Association of Insurance Financial Advisors. I'm currently a member of the St. Therese Finance Council, and I'm also a trustee of the church. I'm president of the Metacommon Homes Board of Directors, which is a nonprofit corporation of volunteers that provide affordable housing for East Granby senior and disabled citizens. During my time as first selectman, I am proud that the town has achieved several significant milestones, such as the completion of the Rails to Trail Greenway renovation, in addition to Seymour Elementary School, and paving and repair of almost over 55% of all town roads in the last 5 years. We also have completed several school and town roof projects, and we have maintained with a large team of Board of Finance, Board of Education, Board of Selectmen, financial stability. And for the past 14 years, there have been surpluses of the general government budget. In my role as advocate for the town and area, I've been involved in leadership positions in several regional organizations that are familiar to you, on the policy and executive boards of the Capital Region Council of Government. I was also on the board of directors of the Connecticut Council of Small Towns. And I'm past president of the Bradley Development League, which is an economic development arm of the 4 towns surrounding the airport. I'm also a founding member of the Resilience Grows Here, which is a nonprofit that develops programs that foster mental health and resilience for veterans and their families. In 2013, I was originally appointed to the board of directors of the then Connecticut Resource Recovery Authority, which subsequently became MIRA, and I have been reappointed in the past. While on the MIRA board, I've been a member of the Finance Committee. I'm the current chair of the Organizational Synergy and Human Resource Committee, and recently was appointed or elected, I guess, appointed probably, vice chair of the board of directors. I would like to be reappointed to the MIRA board of directors for several reasons. Among those is my belief that providing environmental sound recycling and disposal of municipal solid waste is crucial to our residents, municipalities, and our state. Environmentally appropriate solutions and affordability for how we dispose of municipal solid waste is crucial. As you are aware, there are many problems on the horizon for municipal solid waste disposal in Connecticut, and I would like to continue working with MIRA, the governor's office, and the legislature to find a viable solution to waste management, recycling, and the reduction of municipal solid waste for the residents of Connecticut. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hayden. Congratulations on your reappointment, and thank you for your willingness to continue to serve on the MIRA board and serving the residents of the state of Connecticut. Before I open it up to the committee here, just a couple questions. One, you've served since 2013, correct?
Correct.
In that time, what do you see has been your personal or the board's biggest accomplishment over the last 9 years?
Well, I think trash is one of those things that you don't know anything about it until something bad happens. And we did have an issue a couple of years ago, but we have, I think one thing that I'm proudest of is the fact that we have maintained the pricing structure for the entire state, because MIRA tipping fee eventually is probably used by private haulers and by other organizations and companies. So I think providing effective service and pricing structure is probably one of the biggest accomplishments.
Thanks for that. And then I know the trash to energy portion of MIRA is slated to cease operations, I believe this year. One of my biggest concerns, and I say this as a MIRA's in my district. It just happens to be in the 4th district currently. My biggest issue I think is just the lack of communication on what happens next, right? So if we close this trash to energy plant, what are the options? What is the state of Connecticut and MIRA, the board of MIRA, doing in over the next 5 months or so to prepare us for the closure of the trash energy plant? So what are the plans? What are the communication options that we have here on the MIRA board, making sure that the constituents and the residents of the state of Connecticut understand what's next when it comes to trash energy?
Excellent question. And Before I started on the board, I didn't have any gray hair. I do have gray hair now, a substantial amount. But to directly answer your question is for several years, the board along with, and Mira, of course, the board and DEEP and the governor's office have worked, and by the way, there's 2 representatives from Hartford on Mira board of directors, and we've worked hard to come up with a program. Back in 2014, the legislature made some changes, which CRA became Mira, and the task was to see what options are out there, and there was an RFP. There was a long negotiation. And unfortunately, it just didn't work for the parties involved. So at this point, we're looking at being some form of a transfer station temporarily until the state, which would be the legislature, along with the governor and Mira, come up with an additional plan. There is a potential that the plant may stay open for another year as the transition happens, but currently, as of June 30th, the plant would be shut down unless something else happens, where we would maintain 1 boiler for a year, and the MSW would be either shipped to transfer stations or directly to out-of-state areas for trash disposal. So at this point, we have had several meetings with the constituents, being the towns, and have maintained communication with them and with everyone else.
Thank you very much. With that, I'll open it up to any questions from the committee. If you can, just hit the little raise the hand button. Senator Formica.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Good morning to everyone. Jim, good to see you. Thanks for your good service. You know, I'm a firm believer First Selectmen ought to be involved in government. It's good training ground, you know, to handle some of these problems, but this has been a tough one. I think that, and I'm disappointed indeed that, you know, we've not come closer to a solution after all these years. There have been a lot of mayors and First Selectmen banging away at this problem for the state to do something. And now, the last conversation I had with Commissioner Dykes, she used the term called out-of-state landfilling, which I'm very concerned that becomes an acceptable term, because it's 80 trucks a day traveling our roads, bringing municipal solid waste out of our state. So, you know, you've been in the thick of it. I have a lot of confidence in you. What is the solution? We can't, it seems, reopen this plant that seems beyond its life. Do we build another one? Do we resign ourselves and the environmental impacts of sending all these trucks on the road and the cost to the municipalities in the state? Where are we going with this?
Well, first of all, Senator, it's so happy to see you, and we have served in the trenches before in different areas, and those are great questions. Currently we have MSAs, municipal service agreements, with the communities through 2027. So Mira is committed to providing trash disposal service. At this point, there isn't an option, although there might be a year option to continue to run the plant, as I previously mentioned. At this point, it is landfilling. Certainly, DEEP has been working hard to get more recycling and less things out of the garbage stream. But at this point, there is not a comprehensive next generation plan. Back in the 1980s, when similar waste to energy plants became built, there was a commitment by the state of Connecticut and the towns and municipalities to be the environmental leaders in disposal of trash. And at this point, there are a lot of different reasons, so, certainly cost and a lot of other things. There has not been a permanent solution. I think the permanent solution, this is my personal opinion, to answer your question directly, I think a mass burn unit of some sort, which is the latest and greatest technology, along with composting and other things that can remove 20, 30, 40% out of the waste stream. I think those perhaps would be options that would make sense. Long term, I don't believe it's in the best interest of, and again, personally speaking, it's not in the best interest of the towns or the state to transfer it to out-of-state landfills.
Yeah, thank you very much. I agree with you on that. Anaerobic digesters are the future, but again, we got to get deep, to be able to permit these things in less than 2 years so that they can get built in less than 5. So, there are a lot of issues that touch this thing, and I appreciate your good work, and I thank you for your direct answers, which I know we can always count on because that's how problems get solved. So thank you very much for your service, and I look forward to supporting you moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Mr. Hayden, and congratulations on your reappointment, and more than anything, your willingness to continue serving. I would imagine maybe you might get another gray hair or two. I appreciate your responses to Senator Formica, so you answered some of my questions, but I still go back to can you tell me more about comparing the single and dual stream recycling? When we went to the single stream recycling, it seemed that was going to be the be all end all. And actually, I think it's ended up with more towns having higher tipping fees, et cetera, et cetera. Can you elaborate more on that, and where do you see that going?
Single stream certainly was the correct decision at the time, and it appeared where everything was going. It did not anticipate that the markets for recycling would dry up, specifically overseas in China, and that's had a dramatic effect on recycling and disposal of it. A short 5-6 years ago, there was money to be made. There was money to be made in recycling, and it actually helped to subsidize lower tip fees. Since then, maybe it's back 10 years, but since then it stopped, and China made a decision, and so getting rid of recycling became more difficult. With the crystal ball, 10 years ago, it looked like the right thing to do. Unfortunately, there were things beyond our control.
I appreciate it, and I hope that we will move away from that at some point. And as Senator Formica said, having one burning site would be certainly helpful. I think that you answered actually most of my questions. I appreciate that you'll be serving again, and it seems like you have a lot of great ideas. I think one of the biggest things with our recycling is we need to continue to educate, and I think that's the biggest thing. And because I think one of the hardest things with the recycling is it's like, oh yeah, that's recycled, that is, and then you just get this big lumped in. And so I hope, I don't know if that's a role of MIRA, but I would hope that we promote more recycling education for all of our constituents throughout the state of Connecticut, and that'll make our Connecticut. And I like the idea of more areas for composting. That's a huge towards the future. We waste so much food, and that would really change drastically our recycling waste. So I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Hayden. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none. Mr. Hayden, congratulations again. Thanks for joining us this morning. Before you go, I do have one question that we ask every nominee. Is there anything in your past that you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, or to the state of Connecticut?
No, I do not.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time this morning. I'm looking forward to supporting your nomination.
Thank you. And thank you to the committee.
All right, we will be going back up one spot in the agenda here to House Joint Resolution for review, the appointment of Leonard Assard of Bethlehem up to the Materials Innovations and Recycling Board. Mr. Assard, apologies for the technical difficulties that we all had this morning, but good to have you here. Oh, you're on mute. No, it's still on mute. There you go.
Yep, how about that? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you to the,
Oh, before you begin, I apologize. Can you raise your right hand?
yes, sir,
Do you promise, swear, or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Oh, wonderful. Floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, and thank you to the committee for allowing me to make a little bit of a presentation. I live in Bethlehem. I've been a lifelong resident of Bethlehem, and I served as first selectman for 18 years, although some of it was broken. I served 10 years from 1977 to 87, and then went on the Board of Finance until 2013. Some of that as chairman. And in 2013, I was elected again to be first selectman and served until this year. And in November of this year, I was reelected again, once again, to the Board of Finance. So I've been hanging around here in town for quite some time. My background is I have a Bachelor of Science in Engineering from the University of Connecticut and a Master of Science in Engineering from the University of Connecticut as well. I'm a licensed professional engineer in Connecticut, and I was licensed in 11 other states until I retired from full-time work. And now I just kept my Connecticut registration. My career has mostly been in infrastructure and the waterworks field, water and wastewater. And having chosen not to run again for the first selectman spot, I find myself with some time and maybe some capabilities to help the Mirror Board out. In chats with Don Stein, you said that they were short of members, and I thought that maybe I still have something that I could give. And I think I can bring a perspective from the small towns as to how important waste disposal is to the small towns and how it impacts our budget significantly. It comes in is the if you take out all the other public works, it comes in as the highest one after education for us in Bethlehem. So it's very important. I was involved with when we went from an open face dump to a transfer station. Then we signed on with Mirror early on. We again signed on with Mirror in 2014, and hopefully we can come to some kind of solution to the waste disposal problems for not only the small towns, but all of Connecticut's towns and cities. The anaerobic digestion, I think, is a good thing, as well as composting, but I think we need to expedite the permitting process. And I think one place where we can get some more composting is by checking with the small farms and growers around the state, where they can take some food scraps and compost it, and not only help the waste disposal, but help their projects as well. I'd be happy to answer any questions if I can.
Thank you very much. I appreciate those comments, appreciate your willingness to serve on this important board, and just to highlight a couple things you mentioned. I think your experience both as the leader of a small town, but also having both finance and engineering experience, I think serves really, really well on a board like Mirror. So again, thank you for your willingness to serve. In your written testimony, I did note that you closed your landfill while you were over. I don't know if you were the town manager at that point or Board of Finance, but I'm just curious what the experience was when you guys ended up closing your landfill.
Well, there was some sticker shock there, not only the cost to close it, but then we had to make up arrangements to get the stuff out of town. And our landfill was, what was a landfill? Well, I don't know if I really want to, it was an open face dump when I was a kid. And then it was a landfill when we covered it from time to time. And then it was a shock to the people because it wasn't open every day, because we had to go to a transfer station. So there was some sticker shock then, But once we explained to the people why we were doing it and the benefits to doing it, they seemed to understand. They also seemed to understand pretty well when we went to recycling and did some more, I mean, we went to more recycling. And then when we switched from separation to single stream, it made me scratch my head a little bit because we had gotten people trained to separate everything. Then we come back down, they throw all in the same bin. It seemed to them to be counterproductive, and we had a hard time explaining that. But I find it strange that we take the cans and bottles in there, and I can't believe how much money that we get by taking the cans back to the recycling centers, because people don't recycle them, and I don't get it. And hopefully the 10-cent bottle deposit will stop some of that. And they don't want the bottles because they break and people get cut and stuff. So we just take cans, and it's in the hundreds of dollars a week. It's crazy.
Thank you very much. I appreciate those comments. I'll open it up to our committee, Senator Formica.
Yes, thank you again, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Good morning, sir. Thank you for your service.
Good morning.
As a former first selectman myself, I'm sure you heard me talk to Jim. I hope you were on for that. I believe you guys, first selectmen and mayors, bring that perspective that needs, especially with this problem. So I'm very excited to hear your background, both as a first selectman and a finance. And I'll ask you the same question. We've all been struggling with this problem for decades, and what are we going to do and how are we going to deal with it? But out-of-state landfilling is not the answer, in my view. What do you think the answer is, with anaerobic digesters and composting making up a small portion of what we can really do? What do we do with the rest?
I think it's two things. One, we need to do source reduction and to try to create less waste. But I think I don't see how we're going to get away from some kind of a mass burn facility at some point in time, because I just don't think that we're going to be able to take enough out of the waste stream through recycling, through composting or anaerobic digestion to really solve the problem. And what I don't want to see is people, get things so expensive that people go and back to the old backyard burning barrel. I mean, that we see some of that in the small towns because it's out of sight, out of mind, but I don't think we want to see that at all. But so I think it's a mass burn facility someplace.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I know back in East Lyme years ago, we did pay per throw, and that ended up putting trash all over the community except where we wanted it to go, because people didn't want to buy the bag. So there's a lot of problems, to that. And I think I agree with you, but thank you for your service. You've been in service to the communities for a long time, and it's tough duty. So thank you for that. And I look forward to supporting your nomination, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. I see Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I told myself I wasn't going to speak, but I wanted to congratulate Mr. Assard on your nomination, and I was very heartened by your remarks and your enthusiasm that you're going to bring to this committee. I think you're going to give them a run for their money. So I'm excited for that, and impressed with your background, and I think you'll be a wealth of knowledge to this committee. So thank you for serving and volunteering, because this is a volunteer position. I just want to point that out. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions from the committee? If there are, hit the little raise your hand button. All right, well, seeing none, Mr. Sart, thank you again for joining us this morning. Congratulations on your nomination. We're looking forward to supporting it. But before you go, there's one question we ask every nominee. Is there anything in your past that you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, or to the state of Connecticut?
No, sir.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the time. And again, apologies for the technical difficulties this morning, but it was great to seeing you.
I think some of those are on my part, but thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving along, we have item number 3 on the agenda for the public hearing here. We have the House Joint Resolution for review of David Porillo of Monroe to be a member of the Port Authority Board of Directors. And I know we have David here. David, I apologize. I might have butchered your last name. Do you mind letting the committee know exactly how it's pronounced?
Yes, it's pronounced Perillo. Actually, the spelling on the screen is missing an R before the Y,
Okay.
but it's pronounced the same as your member from the 113th district.
Well, that's easy to remember then, Mr.
Yeah.
Perillo. Wonderful. So again, it's will you please raise your right hand? Do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Wonderful. The floor is yours, Mr. Perillo.
Okay, good morning, Representative Concepcion and Senator Duff and all the members of the committee. As we now know, my name is David Perillo. I've resided with my family in the town of Monroe, Connecticut for the past 37 years. Professionally, I'm president and CEO of New England Shipping Company, a ship agency and ship management company headquartered in Milford, Connecticut, with satellite offices in Albany, New York, and Newark, New Jersey. My entire career has been spent in the maritime industry, commencing in 1974 when I joined the Swedish-based shipping group working in their New York City offices. I continued with several of their divisions until leaving the group in 1986, having attained the position of Chief Financial Officer. I then returned to my native Connecticut to manage a container general cargo liner service calling East Coast and Gulf ports, including the Port of Connecticut. In 1991, I founded New England Shipping, which originally concentrated on vessels calling Connecticut's 3 deepwater ports, but since has expanded and operates in all ports in the Northeast of the United States, in addition to Maryland, Virginia, Georgia, and Florida. I am the longest sitting Connecticut State Pilot Commissioner, originally appointed by Senator Looney. And forgive me, Senator Looney, but that was many, many years ago. And I also serve as chairman of the Connecticut Maritime Coalition, a state cluster organization, which has been the voice of the maritime to the state of Connecticut since its inception in 1999. I served as a member of the working group charged with the organization of the Connecticut Port Authority and now serve on its board. I possess a thorough knowledge of the Connecticut maritime industry, the commercial maritime industry, in Connecticut's 3 deepwater ports, and the cargo past and present moving through them, as well as that of our competing ports to the north and south. I have and will continue to make all of my experience available to the other board members and to the CPA executive director. Connecticut's 3 deepwater ports are an asset that any state would treasure. Our ports are very unique from other ports in the United States because all, with the exception of one facility, is privately owned. Now, cargo volumes in our ports has steadily declined over the last 30 years, but the cargo still moves into our state over our highways, not through our ports. Please note that a very modest shipment of 500 tons of finished steel products by vessel is the equivalent of 250 trucks on our highway. As chair of the Maritime Coalition, I worked for years with other coalition members and with Senator Annie Maynard, co-chair of transportation at the time, to create Connecticut's Port Authority. Our vision was a lean and mean, commercially oriented organization with the sole purpose to market our 3 deepwater ports. But that is not what we currently have. The Port Authority we have today has been plagued with so many issues and distractions, mostly by their own creation since day one. The Port Authority we have today has yet to begin marketing our 3 deepwater ports, our primary mission. The Port Authority we have today, 6 years in, is not prepared for its primary mission. The Port Authority we have today has 3 staff members and 1 DOT employee that is on loan. The Port Authority we have today has 7 times more board members than staff members. The Port Authority we have today has only 3 board members with considerable knowledge of the commercial maritime industry. Now, I've worked over the years with port authorities all the way up and down the East Coast. And when I think of them, and then when I think of us, I find it hard to call what we have a port authority. I strongly feel changes have to be made, and I think they should be made now. Now, I pledge to continue to use my 47 years in the commercial maritime industry and all I've learned through that time for the betterment of the CPA. And I'm confident the other board members from the industry will do the same. But we can't do it alone. We're a small minority. I, and I'm sure we, welcome the assistance of the legislature to get the CPA finally on the right track. We owe this to our three greatest assets, our three deep water ports, and to the people of Connecticut. Thank you.
Mr. Perillo, thank you very much for your testimony and for your honesty. And it was great to hear. You know, I represent a district here in Hartford that doesn't have a port district, isn't a port district. So a lot of this information is new to me. So, but I appreciate again your comments and your willingness to serve on this extremely important board. Just so I make sure I heard you correctly, did you say there are 3 staff members for the Port Authority?
That's correct.
Okay.
We have 3 staff members. There is one DOT employee on loan to the Port Authority being paid by DOT. That individual was probably the most involved person in maritime prior to the Port Authority. He handled the dredging operation and he was very involved with the pilots and the pilot commission. So he came over into the CPA, but he remained as a DOT employee. They have an executive director. They have someone that I consider an administrative assistant, and they have a bookkeeper. And there is a financial person that's also there. I won't say on loan from OPM, but they're basically going through records of the CPA from the beginning for OPM.
Great, thanks. And then you mentioned this a little bit in your testimony, but hoping you can expand a little bit on, you know, what some of the major opportunities are for the CPA. I know you mentioned the marketing piece, which is something that you've been, you know, charged with. Is that an opportunity that you see a major opportunity over the next several years?
Well, I mean, basically, there's 2 kinds of port authorities. There's one that owns facilities and actually operates facilities, not just leasing facilities out like the State Pier in New London. They'll actually, like the Port of New York and New Jersey, they actually operate and they market their ports and they market the operation that they have. And then you could take a port authority like what ours should be, with one facility owned now by the Port Authority, or actually I think it's still owned by the DOT, but it's controlled by the Port Authority. But all the other facilities are privately owned, which I think is a good thing, quite frankly. But that Port Authority should be trying to market our 3 deep water ports in conjunction with all the terminal operators in New Haven, New London, and Bridgeport. And that's what I envisioned. And that's what we envisioned when it was created. Because again, we're not operating a facility. And we just haven't gone in that direction. I don't really know what direction they're going in currently.
You've mentioned a couple the large, you know, so you've mentioned DOT, you've mentioned OPM. What is the relationship between the Port Authority and some of our larger departments here in the state? Is it a good relationship? I mean, is it fluid?
Yes, I think it is between DOT and DECD and DEEP and OPM and all that. It is, but it's again, it's more like a state agency with a little less transparency than it is a port authority. You know, you've got right now 21 board members for 3 employees, and it's a hybrid that I've never seen, and I think if we rethink it, it could be greatly improved. I mean, if the purpose of the Port Authority is to promote our ports, you know, we're not doing that. So we should get on track and do that. Now, we have, you know, I could talk about what they're involved in now, and they're obviously the wind operation in New London. And I mean, that operation is really being more or less controlled by OPM now in DAS. And I think they're much more suited for that than, again, our 3 employees from the state. I think that all of this tremendous development work in New London is one thing, but I think the Port Authority has to concentrate on what their true purpose is. And if you have other state agencies working in it and controlling that project, you know, let them do that. I think they're doing probably a very good job, but let's do the job that the Port Authority was created for.
Great. I appreciate those comments. I'll open it up to committee. Senator Formica.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry that I'm asking all of these questions today, but I appreciate the opportunity you're giving me. And these are 2 topics that you're discussing today that goes back to, you know, my days first selectman in the town of East Lyme. So I've been dealing with these a long time. Mr. Perillo, thank you so much for your candid conversation to this committee today and the expertise that you bring. Did you tell me, and I'm sorry, is this a reappointment or are you a new appointment?
This would be my 2nd reappointment.
Okay. And so as you know, the New London State Pier is in my district, in the greatest district in the state, the 20th district. And, you know, we've been following this quite some time, even going back when I was first selectman. We helped Congressman Courtney put that Tiger grant that connects the freight line and improve the freight line to the pier, which is now being disconnected, to my understanding. That freight line was promoted to bring freight and cargo north to create jobs in areas like Norwich, Willimantic, and for assembly plants and manufacturing plants that may perhaps locate there if the pier ever got off the ground. Not at that time, we weren't even contemplating offshore wind. But the problems that have plagued the Port Authority, there's just been one black eye after another. And it seems like you should be the chairman of that committee, directing it in the right thing, not to put more work on your plate, but it sounds like you ought to be doing that. But, you know, the overruns on the pier go from you know, 50 to 90 million to 225 million. Now there's investigations. The offshore wind, which we need desperately, the energy here in the state of Connecticut, we have to find a way forward to this. So after all the black eyes, after all that's going forward, you know, you're talking about pushing the port, the great ports that we have in Connecticut as the primary mission for the Port Authority. Who do we get to manage this? Because it doesn't look like OPM and DAS are, you know, have the right capabilities to manage the, you know, the renovation of the pier and getting things off the ground. I mean,
well, I as far as the cost overruns, you know, I don't know how they could be managed. I mean, that's just the result of this massive project being done, and delays that come during that project for permitting and other things, lawsuits and everything else. I think as far as managing the project as best as it can be managed, I think they're doing okay. I don't really have any reason to criticize that. But again, I'm a shipping guy. I'm not a construction guy. I feel somebody other than me knows a lot more than that, for sure. I'm a shipping guy, and I am a ports guy, and I'm a supporter of port authorities. I'm not a construction guy.
Thank you for that. My other question, when Logistech decided or was decided not to get returned as the port operator, and we went to Gateway, the criticism has been that Gateway has shifted deliveries from New London down to New Haven, whereas you indicated earlier, it's a private port, not a state-owned port. Are you seeing that? Or do you think that there could be good synergies having one port operator operating 2 out of the 3 ports, or should there be more robust competition in your mind?
Well, I think I was in support of Gateway getting the lease on the State Pier. I did abstain from the vote because I work with Gateway along with probably another 50 other turbo operators on the East Coast. When the pier shut down, the cargo, is still coming into Connecticut, and ships are not calling there. They can't call there. It's under construction. So they went to New Haven. Thank God they didn't go to Providence. That's the way I look at it. So I can't really be critical for anything that moved to New Haven from New London, because there is not a viable facility that's functioning there now. I thoroughly believe there will be cargo going back if New London gets back into a cargo operation someday. Again, there's been a lot of criticism of Gateway, but don't we want to retain the water cargo that's coming into the state of Connecticut? And if it can't go to New London and it could go to New Haven or to Bridgeport, I think, that's a plus. Yeah,
and I agree. Now that the port's been fully leased to the wind operators, it definitely is best to stay in Connecticut. And I'm, with the long-term lease that the wind operators have, I'm not sure if we're going to see strong maritime deliveries there. Perhaps that's right. But anyway, I'm very concerned. I remain very concerned about the shenanigans at the Port Authority and what's going to happen. And we need to find a way through this and get, it's taken away from the mission, which is to find a way to get these offshore wind turbines located in conjunction with the fishing industry and the maritime community, so that everybody coexists out there, because energy is a difficult push for the state of Connecticut. We are at the end of a lot of lines, the gas pipeline, and we don't have the renewable sources to generate electricity, and we need to get this moving. So whatever we can do, we need to do. And it sounds like you have an understanding of part of the puzzle. And my last question would be, you said you can't do it alone. Does that mean you think you need a restructuring of the board and perhaps less people making things more nimble?
To be completely honest, absolutely. I mean, I really think we need a smaller board, and I think we need board members that not necessarily have a background like I do in commercial maritime, but we need maybe somebody with a strong background in finance, a strong background in insurance. We need some real professional people, because port authorities generally, they're commercially orientated. They're not the bureaucracies that you would think that they would be, but they're commercially orientated. They need to be aggressive because they're really there to sell a product. And I think we need a smaller board. We need a staff that's qualified to do the mission that they've been given. And I think when we have a qualified staff, I don't think the board should dictate every single move to them. They will be the experts. The board should oversee everything, but they shouldn't micromanage it, because the present board has very little knowledge of the industry. So that's Just my opinion.
Successful boards empower successful operators, and I agree with you on that. We need to do something. So perhaps legislation could be introduced to change the number and the makeup of that, perhaps identifying those traits that might be best suited to board members. But we need to move into the business of doing what we're supposed to be doing and not continually looking at the newspapers for yet another black eye that the Port Authority is creating. Thank you very much for your service. I appreciate it. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just touching on a point you made in the previous answer you gave to Senator Formica. Have you had to recuse yourself often from votes given your involvement in the shipping industry?
No, I haven't. The only time I did was the selection of the state pier operator that got the current lease. I actually went to state ethics before that, and I discussed it with them. And I work with operators all over, the East Coast, but I don't work for them. I'm probably in more of an adversary situation with them. I'm representing the people exporting or bringing in cargo. But I could see there could be an appearance of a conflict. That's why I went to ethics. Ethics ruled there was no conflict. But the Port Authority does, in their bylaws, state an appearance. And at that point, I felt the only right thing to do would be to abstain. I'm not aware of, I haven't had the opportunity to vote on anything too related to the maritime industry with the Port Authority, where it would have been a conflict. That's all I could say on that.
Okay, thank you. That was my only question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, Mr. Perillo, thank you so much. I really enjoyed this this conversation. But before you go, there's one question we ask every nominee. Is there anything in your past that you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, or to the state of Connecticut?
No, there's not.
Wonderful. Thanks again. Thank you for your time this morning. Look forward to supporting your nomination, a renomination.
Thank you.
All right. Last but not least on the agenda this morning, we have a Senate joint resolution for review, which is the appointment of Edmund Moan of Thomaston to be a member of the Materials Innovation and Recycling Board. Good morning, Mr. Moan.
Well, good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for having me here today.
Absolutely. Thanks for
I much appreciate the recommendation to serve on this board and the nomination from Senator Kelly. I truly believe.
Mr. Moan, before you get into that,
yes, I will raise my right hand.
Raise your right hand. Love it. Do you promise to swear and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do indeed, sir.
Wonderful. Now you may begin. Sorry.
Yes, I'm sorry for that. Yeah. So I've long been active with MIRA, even prior to being nominated to serve on the board of directors. I was always an active first selectman, going to board meetings and so on to discuss the problems that have long plagued MIRA. I was an advocate way back when there was a reduction in the cost I should say the fee for electricity generation that we were allowed to charge, as that was significant for keeping the plant operating and operating efficiently. So that's just one point that brings it back in time, and I've been active ever since, and I've been pleased to serve on the board. So a little bit about who I am and what I've been doing for much of my life. So initially, I served I did many jobs as a young man. However, I was in business for myself as a small contractor for over 25 years, fully understanding business aspects, financing, and how to float the boat, so to speak, and make things work business-wise. I've been served the town of Thomaston, I should say, since 1997. I initially started off on the Inland Wetlands Commission and advanced to be the chairman of that for a number of years. So my environmental background in that regard. Served on the Board of Finance for 12 years, and I am currently and have been serving as the first selectman for 12 plus years now. So very active in my own town in various different capacities, even some environmental. In addition to that, I served on the Councils of Government, Naugatuck Valley Councils of Government as an officer for, I'm going to say 10 years, although I can't say that's an absolute accurate number. It could be 11, it could be 9, to be very candid, and as such be on the executive board as well. Currently, I'm also serving on the CCM Board of Directors and on the KERMA Board of Directors. Since coming on board with Myra, I've been asked to serve as the chairperson for the Policy and Procurement Committee as well. So very involved and very involved in numerous capacities with a variety of different experiences, both in business and locally in governmental and other capacities as well.
Thank you very much. Appreciate those comments, and certainly thank you for all you've done, not just for this board, but for the town of Thomaston and the rest of the state of Connecticut. So thank you so much for agreeing to be reappointed to the board.
Actually, it's an initial appointment.
Oh, it's an initial appointment. Wonderful. So thank you. And, hopefully you do great things over there. You mentioned the subcommittee, the Policy and Procurement Subcommittee. Is that a CCM?
No, sir, that's Myra.
Oh, okay. Oh, so you serve on that policy?
I've been asked to come on board there again. Much like Lenny Assard, we were on a meeting and there was a discussion taking place. And again, I was attending these meetings just as a first selectman interested in the future of Myra and trash. What do we do with trash? Mm-hmm. And at that point in time, there was a discussion about we have insufficient amount of people here, our members, in order to continue to do our business. Hearing that, I said I'd be willing to step up, and have done so. So as a part of that, the chairman, Don Stein, and whom I've known for a number of years as well, and I'm going to have to say, or I'm going to believe I'm going to say correctly, his confidence in me as a first selectman and knowing me, that he thought it would be appropriate that I chair a subcommittee, that being policy of procurement. And again, pleased to do that and help where I may.
That's great, and I appreciate your willingness to serve on that subcommittee. So I will open this up to the committee if anyone has any specific questions. Mr. Moen.
Certainly.
Senator Formica.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I kind of hesitating to see if somebody else wanted to jump in first, but I really appreciate the latitude that you're giving me today. Ed, good afternoon, or I think almost good morning. Thank you for all your good service. Good to see you again. And thank you for doing this. You heard me say first selectmen are going to be critical in finding a solution to this problem. You've heard the conversation. You've heard what I've talked about. We've talked about the permitting issues at DEEP to try to get anaerobic digesters to manage 20 to 30% of our waste stream down the road. What's the solution you see going forward with your experience, which is the same question I asked the other two gentlemen? Absolutely,
Senator. And good to see you again, Senator Formica. We've long known one another as well. So while there is a future, I think, certainly with anaerobic digestion, that is a permitting issue, but also it's a private industry issue. It's a large investment that's going to be required by someone in order to get these things up and running. And while they have some future, and I believe they can't present a partial solution, I don't see that happening immediately. one of those things we should continue to work on. Recycling, and while single stream, and I'm kind of going to reiterate much of what others have said, but single stream was a great idea. It really was in its time. Unfortunately, folks don't truly understand what can and should be recycled, and often there's pollution in the recycling that degrades the value of that product. Plus, the situation that we've gone through with China. I think we may need to consider some source separation. Glass in particular may have a particular value to some contractors who would take it, pulverize it, and turn it into another product or use it to augment other products, such as concrete for sidewalks or in other kinds of product lines as well. So there may be some future for that. The problem is going to be, as it is with the contamination in the waste, having the public truly understand and be on board with that. It's very difficult to get folks to change their behavior. It really is. Despite all the education efforts, despite the labels on top of every can, despite the website information and other such things, hard to get folks to change their behavior. But again, I think there are some possibilities there, and when possibilities exist, I think we need to continue to push the envelope on them. There is also opportunity with composting. I will agree with that. The composting, in fact, I'm presently working with, and hopefully it'll come to fruition, a guy who's locally in my own community doing some now leaf type composting, and he's indicated a willingness and to do organic composting. So we're certainly working on that, and I think there's some promise in that as well. But as was previously said, that may, at best case scenario, take 20 to 30% of our waste stream out. Out of municipal waste stream and such. And really, and I'm going to chime in, and I agree with everybody else. I think we need to have a burn facility. I think mass burn is the way to go. By the way, isn't mass burn turning that waste into electricity recycling? And isn't that something that we should be objectively doing? Now, the current plant may well be well past its due and too costly to renovate and reconstruct, or reconfigure, I should say, maybe. But I think we still need to pursue that. Now, how do we pursue that? How do we do that? Myra certainly can't do it on its own. This is really a state legislature issue. We need you guys up in the state to get behind a plan. Now, could you ask Myra to continue to manage that should it go forward? Well, that would be your option. Or would you choose to do something other? I think we're all open to those solutions, but the state legislature really needs to get involved. There's been a small group of us who have been involved. I'm going to say about a half a dozen of us or more, who've been seeking meeting with the governor to express our concern, okay? Or Katie Dykes or whomever would like to sit down with us and listen. It's not just Myra, by the way. One of the members who wants to sit down is Mayor Dunn from Wolcott. And he has been, though he's not currently, the president of the Bristol Trash Association. Okay. And there's many of us throughout the state, not just from Myra, okay, or Myra, who want to move forward and have a serious discussion with you guys up at the state legislature, the governor, Katie Dykes, whoever may want to sit down with us. Because as we all, I think, can concur, this is not a long-term solution to put our waste on trucks, trains, or otherwise and ship it out of state to landfills. Short-term, yeah, it will work, but let's talk about long-term. How long is it before these other states determine that this is no longer viable for them, just as Connecticut did 20, 30 years ago? It's only a matter of time. And is it really environmentally wise for us to be advocating for that when we did such a good job in creating CRRA, the predecessor to MERA, so many years ago? We were advanced, we were proactive, we were a leader. Now we're going back in time, and I see that as really a shame. Lastly, I guess Is it a great burden on municipalities for what's going to happen here and the extreme cost for our waste disposal, which we all must provide to our communities? Yeah, it is. So, we need to find a better solution, a solution that actually can provide some revenue that is trash to energy, candidly. And I think there's still opportunity, albeit, in some central location. And I won't say much further on that, but I did hear that there is a community that would still be willing to provide a plant or a location for such a plant, just not the current location. So there opportunities exist, I think, but we are going to need you, the legislature, to work with us at Myra or on your own in some other manner to create the solutions for the future, because what we have is not the answer. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for that candid answer. I knew you would be candid and straightforward, and those are the kind of people we need on this board. Senator Needleman and I have been talking about trying to come up with a solution. He's been involved, as you know, in his role as first selectman, and we all go back serving with Don Stein. We need to do something, and it's time for us to do something. And I'm happy to be part of a group to sit down and talk with anybody to try to get this going, because we're beyond time to have a solution. But thank you for your willingness to step up, and I look forward to supporting you. And anything that I can do, please feel free to contact me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the latitude that you've given me.
Thank you, Senator, and I'll certainly echo Senator Formica's comments on, I'm more than willing to sit down with yourself and anyone at Mira to kind of discuss opportunities going forward. So any other comments from the committee members? Representative Yacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize for getting on late today. It's computer problems. But I listened to the testimony, and I do agree with him. We do need to do something as far as burn to energy or waste to energy. I know New Haven, when I first got elected, the water plant, they'll burn all the debris. And they create over $1 million of energy a year. And I think we have to start looking at that. And I would hope going forward we do something. So to the gentleman, I think he's right. And I think everybody was right today as far as we need to do something. We can't keep talking about it, but it works in New Haven. They turn a lot of waste into energy, and it's productive. So I don't know if the gentleman wants to comment on that or just let it go.
Well, I would certainly thank all of you today that I'm hearing from, indicating, in your indication that you're very interested in hearing more about this and that you want to be proactive, because I think we all are, or at least most of us are agreeing here today, and those that we've heard from, that waste to energy is the way to go. Again, it is recycling, and if it's so large on recycling, why wouldn't we want to continue to do such things? And I think it's the right way to go. So. And it's a solution, by the way, and it's a long-term solution for the state of Connecticut.
Right. And I don't think we could really export anything. I don't have a restaurant, but I look at a lot of those restaurants that could maybe even contribute their produce or some of their waste to burn to anaerobic digestion and things of that nature. But
yes, sir.
That's all I have.
With more anaerobic digestion plants around the state, I think there would be greater opportunity for that. We got to consider the proximity of those to the source, so to speak.
Right.
But again, as I stated early on, that's going to require some large capital investments by some private industries, and maybe that's out there and I'm unaware of it. And if so, let's encourage it more. But the composting aspect is also, I think, something that's ripe and could well move forward. Again, I see something small scale potentially happening in my own town. And I'm gonna, this gentleman had asked me, can I get all the food waste from my schools? And I said, absolutely. And that's a large source. Right? When you consider the cafeterias in the school, I think it'd be a little bit more difficult to get it from the residential base because of the resistance that's going to be there. But that's not to say that we would rule it out. We would probably look for those who would want to step up and provide the containers for them, that kind of thing. But that's only a small piece of it all. It's really the trash to energy piece that's going to be the solution.
Right. Well, thank you for that. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, before you go, there is one question we ask of every nominee. Is there anything in your past that you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, or to the state of Connecticut?
No, sir.
Great. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate your time and your candid conversation with us today. And I certainly look forward to your support or supporting your nomination going forward.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the entire committee today. And it's encouraging to hear from many of you who have spoken that you are aware of the problem and that you want to be proactive in the solution as well. Please feel free to contact Tamira. Please feel free to, if those of you know Don Stein, contact Don Stein and say you're willing to meet with us and listen, and we would be happy to meet with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And I'm sure some of us, at least some of us, will take advantage of that. All right. Well, seeing that was the last item on the public hearing agenda, I will adjourn the public hearing, and then I'm just going to wait a few seconds when Wendy's up. So I will adjourn the public hearing and then wait a few seconds for to convene the committee meeting.
Mr. Chair, there were just a few notes, if you would, regarding a few corrections on letters. If you would make that announcement just at the beginning of the committee meeting.
You got, and this is the text you just sent me, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I got it. So I will make those announcements once I convene the committee. You just let me know when you're ready.
I will be ready in just a moment. Okay, all set.
Great. So I will officially convene the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee meeting for Tuesday, February 15th, 2022. I do see that Senator Duff is here, so I don't know if Chairman Duff wants to say a few words, or if he's, I don't know if he's still in transit. All right. So the
He
two,
was.
what's that?
He was on. Let me just see whether I knew he was going to be on and off, so I'll just see whether he's here.
Sure.
Yes.
In the meantime, I will make the announcements, Wendy, for your purposes, that before we vote, just a correction. As we noted before, Mr. Perillo, David Perillo, is a resident of Monroe, so not Milford, so it's Monroe. And James Hayden of East Granby will be nominated to a partial and then a full term. So I wanted to make those two announcements before voting. Is that it, Wendy?
Yes.
Great. So not seeing Chairman Duff, so we'll just keep moving along. The first item on the agenda is a House Joint Resolution to appoint Leonard Assard of Bethlehem to the Materials Innovations and Recycling Board. Is there a motion?
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Motion made by Representative Kennedy, seconded by Representative Vargas. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Duff. Concepcion.
Yes.
Looney. Senator Looney. Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Senator Kelly.
Senator Kelly votes yes.
Representative Kennedy.
Kennedy votes yes.
D'Agostino. Senator Fonfara. Senator Formica.
Formica votes yes.
Representative Godfrey.
Godfrey, aye.
One more time, sir, you're too quick.
Godfrey votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Hartley. Senator Kushner.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Senator Moore.
Senator Moore votes yes.
One more time, ma'am.
Senator Moore votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Perillo. Senator Summers. Representative Yakarino.
Yakarino votes yes.
Representative Vargas.
Representative Vargas votes yes.
Thank you. That's your role, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Wendy. Second item on the agenda, we have make a motion to approve the nomination of James Hayden of East Granby to be a member of the Materials Innovations and Recycling Board. And again, he will be finishing off a term and then nominated for full term afterwards. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Motion made by Representative Vargas, seconded by Representative Kennedy. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff. Representative Concepcion.
Concepcion is a yes.
Senator Looney.
Senator Looney is a yes.
One more time, Senator, I didn't get you on camera.
Senator Looney is yes.
Thank you. Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Senator Kelly.
Kelly votes yes.
Come on, votes here.
One more time, Senator Kelly.
Kelly votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Kennedy.
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative D'Agostino. Senator Fonfara. Senator Formica.
Formica votes yes.
Representative Godfrey.
Godfrey votes yes.
I did not get to see your face.
Out now.
I see you.
There you go. Godfrey votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Hartley. Senator Kushner.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Moore.
Senator Moore votes yes.
Representative Perillo. Senator Summers. Representative Yakarino.
Representative Yakarino votes yes.
Representative Vargas.
Representative Vargas votes yes.
That's your role, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Third item on the agenda for today is nomination of David Perillo of Monroe. Again, it says Milford on, but it's Monroe. To be a member of the Port Authority be a member of the Port Authority Board of Directors. Is there a motion?
Senator Moore makes the motion.
Second.
Just for clarification, if it's a House resolution, does it have to be made a motion by a House member?
Yes.
I'll
I
make the
withdraw my
motion.
motion.
I'll make the motion, Mr. Chair.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Motion made by Representative Vargas, seconded by Representative Kennedy. Is there discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff. Representative Concepcion.
Concepcion is a yes.
Senator Looney. Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Senator Kelly.
Kelly votes yes.
Representative Kennedy.
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative D'Agostino. Senator Fonfara. Senator Formica.
Formica votes yes.
Representative Godfrey.
Godfrey votes yes.
One more time, please.
Godfrey votes yes.
Okay. Senator Hartley. Senator Kushner.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Moore.
Senator Moore votes yes.
Senator Perillo. I mean Representative Perillo. Sorry about that. Senator Summers. Representative Yacarino.
Yakarino votes yes.
Representative Vargas.
Representative Vargas votes yes.
That's your role, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And last item on the agenda today is confirming the nomination or Senate joint resolution of Edmund Moan of Thomaston to be a member of the Materials Innovations and Recycling Board. Is there a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
I'll
Motion
second.
made by Senator Kelly, seconded by Senator Moore. Any discussion? All right, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff. Representative Concepcion.
Concepcion is a yes.
Senator Looney.
I'm right here. Yes.
Oh,
Senator-
okay. Okay,
Coming into the Zoom. I got my own computer.
okay. Senator Looney.
Senator Looney votes yes.
Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Senator Kelly.
Kelly votes yes.
Representative Kennedy.
Kennedy votes yes.
Thank you. Representative D'Agostino. Senator,
Right? One sugar, you have one sugar, yeah. thanks.
Senator Fonfara. Senator Formica.
Formica votes yes.
Representative Godfrey.
Godfrey votes yes.
Got it.
Yay.
Senator Hartley. Senator Kushner.
I'm moving over the coffee meeting.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Oh, she did? Yeah. so I took
Senator Moore.
off. Yeah, reschedule.
Senator Moore votes yes.
Right? After.
Representative Perillo.
Doesn't get it for that. No. Did you explain why?
Senators Duff and Looney, I can hear your conversation. You might want to mute. Representative Perillo. Senator Summers. Representative Yacarino.
Representative Yakarino votes yes.
Representative Vargas.
Representative Vargas votes yes.
That's your role, Mr. Chair.
We thank you very much. And with that, that concludes the February 15th meeting of the Executive Nominations Committee meeting. Representative Kennedy, if you are asking if we are going to hold votes open.
You read my mind.
We will be holding votes open till 3 p.m. today. And our next scheduled meeting is for this Thursday, February 17th at 10 a.m. Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, just refresh my memory. How do people vote late?
They will call, Wendy will have this Zoom room open.
Okay.
Just pop on.
First
So
time
this-
this year, I was just trying to remember how it worked.
This will
Thank
just
you.
this will remain open as is.
Gotcha.
Anyone can just pop on. Feel free to text me to let me know that you're coming on, but this will just stay on here in this room and I will take your votes.
Thank you.
You're
Thanks.
welcome.
Any other questions? If not, this committee will stand in recess till 3 p.m.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you
everyone.
again, Wendy, for everything.
Yeah, thanks, Wendy.
Yes,
You're
thanks,
welcome.
Wendy.
I know that Senator Looney, Senator Duff, if you're still on, I can take your votes for a couple of earlier ones. You're muted now, Marty. Do you see your unmute button by your picture there?
How's
There you
that?
go. Okay, great.
Okay, good. I think I missed two. I believe I missed Mr. Assard and Perillo, I believe.
Okay, so Leonard Assard to be a member of Materials Innovation and Recycling Board.
Senator Looney votes yes.
Is Senator Duff with you still?
No, not at
Okay.
this moment. No.
I'll get his vote later. And David Perillo,
Yep.
the member of the Port Authority.
Yes. Senator Looney votes yes on that one also.
Great.
And if you could check, I think I got the other two, Hayden and Moan, if you can just.
Yes, I
double-
just did, and you did vote for those.
Okay, excellent.
Wonderful.
Thanks, Wendy. Okay.
Great.
All right.
See you soon.
See you Thursday.
Hi, Senator.
How are you? I'm sorry. I was talking
No
to
worries.
myself, but I wasn't in the meeting yet. So that's okay.
That's okay.
So I guess vote on all of them.
Yes, and you were an attendee. I had to promote you to a panelist. We had some technical issues earlier. So.
Yeah, I saw that and I was confused. I thought, well, okay, I'll be whatever. Yeah. Yeah.
So
How are
I
you?
think everything will be fixed by next time.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you do a great job. This is not simple. So
Thank you
trust
so much.
me. Yeah.
So we have Leonard Assard, James Hayden, and David Perillo. Oh, wait, the first two will be members of MIRA, Materials Innovation Recycling Board.
Yeah.
We have
and I-
Leonard Assard
yes. Senator Hartley in the affirmative.
and James Hayden, also for MIRA.
Yes. In the affirmative.
Edward Moan, same board, Materials Innovation and Recycling.
In the affirmative.
And the last one is David Perillo, different spelling, for the
Oh, okay.
Port Authority.
Senator Hartley in the affirmative.
Great, thank you so much. Appreciate you
Thanks.
hopping on here.
Yeah, of course. And have a great day. Be well.
You too. Take care.
See you Thursday. Okay.
Okay.
Hey, Wendy.
Hi, Senator.
You can mark me yes on the ones that I missed.
I just have to say them out loud for the record.
That's fine.
Leonard Assard to be a
Uh.
member of MIRA, Materials Innovation and Recycling Board.
Senator
Also
Duffy,
to
yes.
James Hayden of East Granby to be a member of the Materials Innovation and Recycling Board.
Senator Duff, yes.
James, sorry about that, David Perillo to be a member of the Port Authority Board of Directors.
Senator Duff, yes.
And Edmund Moan to be a member of the Materials Innovation and Recycling Board.
Senator Duff, yes.
Thank you. Hi, Representative.
Wendy, how are you?
You're on mute.
How about now? How about now?
It was me. I didn't have my headphones. One of those years.
One of those days.
Okay, so I have for you 3 nominees for Mira Materials Innovation and 1 for Port Authority.
Okay, I'm a yes on actually the mirrors and the Port Authority. So I'm a
Okay,
yes
let me
across
just-
the board.
I'm just going to read the names for
No
the
problem.
record. The So the for the Mira, it's Leonard Assard,
Yes,
James Hayden,
yes,
and Edmund Moan.
yes.
And for Port Authority is David Perillo.
Ironic and yes, no relation.
No, different spelling also. But thank you very much. I'll mark your votes now.
Thank you, Wendy. Have a great day.
You too. Take care. Hi, Representative.
Can you hear me?
Yep, can you hear me?
All right, very good.
Okay, I know you're strapped for time, so
No, sorry,
Um,
I'm at a mediation.
yeah. Let me just find my sheets here. So the people up for today are Leonard Assard for Mira, Materials Innovation and Recycling.
Okay, I'll vote yes.
Also for Mira, James Hayden.
D'Agostino votes yes.
Edmund Moan, same thing, Mira.
I vote yes.
And David Perillo, not the same spelling,
Interesting.
for Port Authority.
Right, I vote yes.
Thank you so much. I know you were like,
No, thank you for making
Strapped
time my
today.
day. I appreciate it.
no problem.
All
Have
right.
a good one.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Hi, Senator. Just one sec.
Hi.
Hi there. I'm just trying to get you to become a panelist here.
Oh, here, let me join as a panelist.
Okay. Great. You're on mute, and then I can take your votes. If you can unmute.
I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yep, I
Okay.
sure can. Okay,
Great.
we had 3 for Mira, the Materials Innovation Recycling.
Yeses
Association.
on all of those.
Okay, let me just say their names so it goes on
Okay.
record.
Okay, no
Leonard,
problem.
Leonard Assard, James,
Senators-
James.
Yes.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay,
about that. James Hayden, also for Mira.
Yes.
Edward Moan, also for Mira.
Yes.
And the last one is David Perillo for Port Authority.
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Take care.
You too.